All right, we're live. So during this stream, I'm just going to run through Decklist, some last minute changes I made based on my local meta, and then I'm going to figure out exactly how that impacts my sideboard plan, because I've kind of been winging it going into each game while testing this. All right. So the changes to my standard list are going to be -1 Sleep Dart, -1 Memorial Ground, -1 That All You Got, -1 Fatigue Shot, -1 Yellow Glide Path, and then in those 5 slots I've added 3 Battering Bolts and 2 Yellow Ravenous Rebels, and this is purely just to help the Dromai matchup. In my area I've got a lot of Dromai players and a lot of newer Dromai players, so my assessment is that there's a pretty good chance that I'll run into one of them in the first few rounds. And I think the other list kind of had the game plan of scoop to Dromai, because I think you kind of scoop to a good Dromai almost no matter what. But I think that adding in some of this additional tech is going to give me some additional like percentage points into Dromai, and it's also going to give me probably enough of an edge that with experience in the matchup, I think I'll have a pretty good shot into a newer Dromai player. Whereas the other deck, I felt like I could lose to someone who just picked up Dromai for the first time. So yeah, that's the changes there. But now I gotta figure out how that impacts all of my sideboard decisions. It shouldn't be anything too crazy, but it will make some changes. Alright, into Arachne, I think I'm just gonna keep playing everything and still perch grapplers. Battering bolts are perfectly fine, it's just damage, and we're just looking to, yeah, just deal damage. So Arachne stays pretty straightforward, everything in. I'm not actually sure if I like second, it might actually be go first. Just for the opportunity to dominate before they have the chance to get something in arsenal for like a D-react. Going second, we're also often throwing more cards in front of their first turn that we may not want to block with, some high value cards. So I'm going to change it to first. I'm not actually 100% sure. Hey Dustfim, how's it going? I'm assuming that updated. Yeah. Hey Joshua, how's it going? I'm actually going to skip to the more interesting ones to start. Oldhim. These are obviously going in. There is a discussion of That All You Gots. In the past, I hadn't been playing them into Oldhim, but I played them into Oldhim on, what was it, Wednesday? I guess yesterday, at an armory I played in, and they actually didn't feel bad. They were yellow 3 blocks that I could use as pitch across the game until it got to the end game, and it gave me a few extra blocks to try and find my end game pitch stack. So I think going forward, I'm going to try That All You Gots into Oldhim. Because realistically, things like knock and headshot in that matchup often are going to translate as just pitch cards that end up being 3 blocks. So That All You Got just kind of gives us a few extras of those. Thanks. I'm glad you liked it. That was actually my second take of that video. The first time I did it, I wasn't as happy with it, so I think it turned out much better on the second take. Not perfect, but I think I got across the points I wanted to a little more concisely than on the first time. Ranger life has been good. I've been doing really well at my armories. I think I won, of the last 3 armories that I've played since I got back from vacation, I won 2 of them, and then I went 2-1 last night. Unfortunately, a Fi got me in round 1 with some, I don't want to say high roll, but things lined up very well for him. It was still reasonably close, but I did end up dropping that. So overall, I'm pretty confident in Azalea right now. I think there's a pretty... I'm confident she's going to win an event. I don't know that it'll actually be me. I think there's a lot of people who play the deck, and I've hopefully been able to help improve, and we've kind of hive-minded enough knowledge about the deck to have enough people have a solid shot at winning one of these events. Also, I think the deck is just good enough. Like, in previous seasons, we've seen plenty of like fringe heroes take wins here and there. And I think Azalea is kind of in that not like good deck, but it's playable. I'm hoping people win, but at the same time, I'm also going to be a little bit disappointed if someone wins one tomorrow in like Australia or I guess tomorrow in Australia or EU before I even get to play in one. Because in NA, they'll be done with their events before I'm done with mine. So if someone wins one on the very first day before I got the chance to play in one, I'll be slightly disappointed, but also pretty happy. But I do anticipate that at some point during this 3-week period, Azalea is going to win a PQ. But yeah, that was the Oldhim stuff. Everything's going in. I don't know why this says 41 of 60. I don't have any like short advice on the list. I think that the list that I have put together is very close to where you want to be right now. There's obviously some personal choices, but this particular version that I'm discussing right now is going to be tending slightly towards a Dromai heavy meta, or at least a meta with a good portion of the field being Dromai. Because I'm anticipating probably 20 to 25% of my meta to be Dromai, which means there's a very real chance I queue into one, or not queue, get matched into one. But yeah, so into Oldhim, I'm still going first, so this looks good here. I hate that update doesn't take me back to matchups. Icelander. So the way I look at these is 15 cards come out. Fatigue shots are definitely in. D-reacts are out. Normally I wouldn't play Sleep Dart. Normally I would just be siding out 3 red arrows, which used to be Sleep Darts, but now I think I'd rather play Sleep Dart over Battering Bolts into Icelander, just because Battering Bolt is just too resource intensive to cast. And this does actually bring me 1 arrow short of what I used to play. I used to play 1 additional red arrow, I believe. Wait, or is this 1 more than I used to run? No, this is 1 more than I used to run. So actually, it used to just be the fatigue shots in there. Never mind. So maybe I can get away with only 1 Sleep Dart. Keep my arrow ratio consistent. Yeah, because I've added 1 more arrow to the list. 1 more red arrow when adding Battering Bolts, because I only took out 2. Hey, Templar of Vikaru. It's going. Yes, 9, 10, 11, 12. These are fine to go in. And 11, 12, 13, 14. I'd need to cut 1 more card. Maybe I do play... Do I play the Memorial over the Rebels? I don't think so. I think Rebel's fine. So it might be the 1 Rebel out. This... Am I just bad at counting, or is this number not accurate? 1, 4, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, this is 15. These are the 15 that come out. I am not a huge fan of all the one-ups, but it is what it is. Yeah, shush boy, this is what I've been testing for the past week. It's... If I was going into a meta where I think Dromai was going to be represented accurately based on its actual power level, I would play the list that I've been talking about for the past month. However, in my meta, I've got a lot of Dromais, and I think I need to take that into account when building. So I've swapped over 5 cards, and it hasn't actually felt that bad into the other matchups. I think there's very small percentage points that I've lost, but I think when I did testing with Oliver, this list felt really good into Dromai. Well, and by really good, I mean I felt like I had a shot of winning games. So, like, that's really good against a good Dromai. Should you play Lexi or Azalea? I think it comes down to comfort, whichever one you're more comfortable on. I think Lexi is also in a pretty good spot, and Azalea is one that you really need a lot of reps on before you can do well on it. It's a very difficult deck to pilot. I think Lexi is a bit easier, still challenging, but it's really going to come down to which you feel more comfortable on. But yeah, this is what I'm going to do for Icelander, obviously taking first still. Matchups. Let's take a look at Fi. Fi, we definitely want to go second. These are coming in. Sleep darts go in. Yeah, let me see if I can get this pulled up. Ah, crap. Let's see if this works. Nope. I gotta be signed into the roundtable channel and not my channel. Give me a second. It's hard because I can't talk in chat unless I'm swapped over to the roundtable channel. And my browser takes me logged in as logged in as me. So let me get that pulled up. This is the list that I'm messing with right now. Well, so I did do well into Oliver in that video. However, like a lot of those games just came down to did he find the Strider's target at the end. So the matchup's close, but I think the matchup's a lot better than people give it credit for. Yeah, losing the fatigue shot hurts. I hate it, but I think it's important, or was one of the least important arrows in at least my meta. If you have a meta without many Oldhims or Icelanders, there might be, and you have like Bravos and Rhinars and stuff, there might be an argument to cut a headshot instead. But it's going to come down to what your local meta looks like. Yeah, I haven't been able to find a Sandscour list that I actually liked. None of them have felt really good whenever I've tried them. I've tried a handful of lists. I haven't sat down and tried to theory craft one because I don't like the theory behind the card. But yeah, it's interesting. This has just felt better. And yeah, Lexi being able to be more aggressive is definitely a big upside. All right, Fi going second. So 15 cards out. Needs to be 3 blue arrows, 4 red arrows. Which means I'm probably putting in a fatigue shot. Feels awkward to have a 1 of fatigue shot, but I really don't want battering bolt. Yeah, I have no idea what the San Diego meta looks like. So that definitely makes it difficult to gauge. I think the list I posted is probably pretty close to what you're looking for. I think at like the ProQuest level, there's probably going to be a lot more Dromais than at like a Calling or a Battle Hardened level. All right, so 5 cards out, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 4 more of these remaining cards come out. So I need to put in 3 out of this. I think Yellow Rebel is fine. Something like this? No, that's too many. Yeah, I need to take out one more card. So I hadn't been playing Memorial in Defy. I think there might be an argument for the one of, but it's between Memorial and Ravenous or Ravenous Yellow and Memorial as which one comes out. I think Memorial is probably slightly better. So I'm going to try something like this. But yeah, all these 2-ofs and not having, it's weird sideboarding when I'm not used to these like clean 3-ofs. But I think it would be something like this. Keeps my ratios here consistent. There's probably a few more yellows than there used to be. Right? No, because I replaced Read the Glide Path and That All You Got with Ravenous and Memorial there. And then 1 Fatigue Shot went in for 1 Sleep Dart. So it's really only 3 cards different to what I used to play in this matchup. Okay, that looks pretty good. I don't know a great order to do this. I should probably just go in actual order. So we'll go back into Azalea. I still like second into Azalea. I think the sigils are quite important, even though they don't block. Sleep darts are good, fatigue shots are good. I think I want to board slightly above 60, because you can get stuck in a rhythm of blocking. Memorial Ground's good in the matchup. And there's going to be a lot of blocking, so this comes out, this comes out. I don't want to put too much time into figuring out the sideboard for Azalea, but is what it is. Right now, this would be playing 64 cards. I think 64 is fine. I have had Azalea games where you have to play too far into tempo and people are just throwing so many cards to block that all of a sudden fatigue is a slight concern. Not enough to where I want to run too many more, but I think this is pretty good. You could probably toss in like a Rabble, but not sure. D-Reacts are weird into Azalea because you can get stranded by like Remorseless or Release the Tension if you put it in Arsenal. Yeah, Lexi does quite well into Icelander. I think Azalea does fine into Icelander, but I think Lexi is a little bit better. And then Guardian, if you're comfortable in the matchup, they're both fine. You just have to be careful. I'm actually not sure which does better into Guardian. I think Lexi also struggles into Guardian a decent amount. I think Azalea might be slightly better into Guardian, but it's a very difficult matchup to navigate. So it's something that you need quite a few reps on. But yeah, I think I'm going to call this for the Azalea. Like I said, I don't want to spend too much time sorting out the details of like the Azalea matchup because I'm not expecting many of them. Oh yeah, Oliver is great. I don't know if you ever heard my story of Oliver, how I met him. I was actually playing Azalea at the Calling in Vegas in 2021. I dropped from the Calling, went to play a side event, ended up playing Oliver in the 3-0, or the finals of the side event. He was on Control Katsu. Or it was more of a mid-range list, but he had a lot of D-Reacts in there. He ended up fatiguing me, but super smart player. Like, he was telling me what threats I had left in my deck, and I didn't know what threats I had left in my deck. And that just left a huge impression on me. Like, holy cow, this guy is really good. And he was just helpful. He was like, we ended up going to walk to get our prize tickets together, and he was giving me tips and stuff. And then that was my remembering of that really good Katsu player that I met. I didn't remember his name. Then I started watching OKNY a ton. Really enjoyed their content. Then I ended up talking to that person again at Nationals 2021. I think it was there that we crossed paths and we chatted for a bit. And then I think I can't remember which Calling he made finals in, but I was watching the stream and saw him in the finals. I was like, wait a minute, That's the Katsu player that I played at Vegas. That's also Oliver from OKNY. That is the same person. And it just like blew my mind. So it was, yeah, kind of a funny story where we had interacted multiple times, but I thought it was two different people. Yeah, as Lexi into Guardians, you have to set up those amulets and Insidious Chills. Like, as long as you understand that game plan, it's not that bad, but it can still be challenging if they don't give you the space to do that. And yes, Min-Max is my local ProQuest, so I'm playing there on Saturday. And that's my first local ProQuest. All right, Boltyn. Boltyn's always a weird one where I assume that they're going to go combo. So if they go aggro, it gets a little bit awkward. But Sleep Darts need to be in. Card's very good into Boltyn. Memorial Ground is fine. Ravenous lets me go wide. I do need to fit in more arrows. There's like a weird discussion of hitting Battering Bolt, because they'll be on D-reacts. They also do have a few attack reactions, as well as Beacon of Victory being very annoying. Who is Jimmy? I'm not connecting who that is right off, unless I'm not supposed to know who that is. Or I'm not expected to know it. But yeah, you get to meet a lot of really cool people in this game, and that's kind of my favorite part of getting to go to these big events. It's just all the people you get to interact with. So yeah, I'm going to keep 4 arrows out. I'm going to put in the 1 of Battering Bolt. I don't think Fatigue Shot is very relevant into, what's his name? Boltyn. I think that all you gots are fine as well. There are some targets where we just get to mitigate damage and still draw. Also being a not being an attack that you can block with as a 3-block, I think is really powerful into Boltyn. So even if it's off like a Bolt of Courage, just being able to throw this in front for 3, you're not getting your draw, but you're not bumping it. He can't give it go again. I think this is a good card in that deck, as opposed to something like the Sink Blows and Fade for Scenes, which are good if they're playing an aggressive list. But if they're not playing an aggressive list, these don't pitch efficiently, whereas that all you got still does. And then, shoot, is that too many cards in? 3, 6, yeah, I have 1 too many cards in, so I need to take out 1 more. Might be like a 1 of Sigil. I don't think I want to drop my arrow count down to 23. Doesn't sound ideal to me. So it could be like a Sigil. It could be one of the That All You Gots. It could be the Rabble. Nah, 5 players are fine. It's the Dromai players that I don't like. No. I'm kidding, by the way. I don't like playing against Dromai, but I actually think Dromai is a really cool deck. And yeah, I don't have anything against anyone who plays a specific deck. As easy as it is to make stereotypes and joke about it, I found that I used to make too many of those jokes, and I think obviously they weren't intentional and I didn't actually hold it against people, but it's easy to alienate or make someone feel bad without realizing that you're doing it. And so I try and avoid that whenever possible now. Oh boy, yeah, you have a rough meta there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I think that's how most people feel about it. It's easy to make the jokes about it and maybe be harsher than you realize. But either way, I need to take out 1 more card because I'm not playing 61. I think it is a Rabble. Maybe it's just a Sigil. Well said, Sam. Not don't stereotype players. Also, Dory players suck. Um, yeah. Now this is the list that I've been messing around with, and it's actually felt fine into the other matchups. Like the few little awkward cards in there really haven't hurt much, and when I tested into Oliver, battering bolts felt real good. Okay. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sigils are actually kind of nice after getting comboed as a way of getting out of range of the what's it called, beacon. But yeah, I think this is fine. Again, I don't want to spend too much time on these matchups where it probably doesn't matter. I am actually gonna pull this up because I believe if you looked at the Azalea stats on February, into Boltyn, it had a notable increase in win rate going first, which was opposite to what I had been doing. So I think this was one of the surprising data points for me, is I thought going second would be better into Boltyn, but data says otherwise, and I haven't tested it enough, so I'm going to go ahead and swap it to going first as the preference. Bravo. The more I look at it, the more I think there might actually be an argument to play that all you gots as an additional option for arsenaling. Yeah, the Flesh and Blood community is really good, and it even holds true at the high end, which can't always say the same about other games. Not necessarily TCGs, I don't have that much experience there, but other games, there have definitely been issues with high-level players. So I think that all you gots do actually go in. These are all fine. These are 3 locks. Normally I play close to a full stack into Bravo. I'm not sure that I actually want these Ravenous Rebels into him. It feels almost like a liability. Yeah, I think that makes sense for Boltyn wanting to go first, which is why going second, well, or why taking first from him would be better. Also, if he happens to draw something like Illumina turn 0, he can't really afford to block with it. This is one I actually do need to sort out. So one of the other things is, with this new list, I am actually playing 1 extra arrow when I'm boarding everything in, so I think I'm comfortable to play the full stack into Bravo. The more I've been looking at it, the more value I think that all you got actually has. Even if it's something as simple as being able to stop like a choke slam, or play this from Arsenal with a red D-react from hand to stop like a Terra Sunder. Oof, yeah. Pairing round 1s at events is always rough. I know I had one Road to Nationals 2021 where I sat down round 1 against the guy who had won like the last 2 RTNs and hadn't lost a game in the last 2 RTNs. I was like, well, this is rough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna just present stack against Bravo. And I still lean towards second. Curious what the data says. Data says first, but not by a large margin. And again, it's always with a grain of salt. Whereas like the Boltyn was actually a pretty decent margin. It's an interesting question, Jesse. To an extent, yes. There would definitely be an advantage if I kept all of my testing and all of my sideboard stuff and all my list less publicly available, but as much as I want to do well, my kind of first priority is always going to be to help grow the community. And I will take that as my priority and my first goal, and doing well at events is a secondary. And I think that I'd like to think that I've been able to help like the Azalea players and just the community as a whole by helping be open with information and not like, hey, I'm going to give you a kind of backhand, not great deck list that I don't actually plan on playing because I don't want to leak what I'm doing, and maybe help a little bit. I want to be able to provide as much as I can. So if that means I'm going to lose a couple percentage points at events, so be it. That's kind of just where I'm at with it. This was something that came up a lot at Battle Hardened Columbus, where my list was very public, and it ended up being a 2-day event. So overnight, people were able to study my deck list, study my VODs, study my analysis and all that, because they could find it, and I didn't have that information about my opponents. And I had some friends reach out and go, hey, you shouldn't be posting all that stuff because you're hurting your chances. And it's been something that I've wrestled with over the past few months in particular. It was less of a big deal when I was smaller and not actually doing well at events. Like, if it was the difference between 30th and 50th in an event, like, sure. But now that I'm actually doing well at events, it's like, it's something that I really had to consider my priorities on. And I think I'm going to continue to try and prioritize helping the community as a first goal and doing well as a secondary goal. I don't expect a lot of Oldhims at our ProQuest. I think Marcus might be the only one, and he's not even locked in on Oldhim. Or there might be a handful, but I don't expect too many Oldhims. Preference on first or second. Other Azalea. They're basically the same list. There's only a couple of cards different. Preference on first or second is usually whatever my opponent wants is what I want to take from them. You really don't care too much. That means a lot to me, guys. I am trying to do what I can, and I realize that people have started to respect my opinion, which is why I want to try and do as best I can to give back to the community whenever possible. Yeah, there definitely is a pretty big edge of opponents not knowing the matchups, which is a nice edge that I like to have, but I think you guys saw it in any of you who watched the Icelander games I played with Oliver. Whenever I do testing, I try and take out that advantage when possible. So like, he asked about blues, and I'm like, this is how many blues I play. Because if he plays based on knowing that information, then that gives me better testing, and any advantage I get from my opponent not knowing will only show up during actual big events. And that's where I need it. I don't need it in testing, because the goal of testing is not to win. The goal of testing is to improve. Yeah, so I think I'm going to continue to go second. Obviously, if they get a big dominate like a Spinal, it feels bad. If they get Imposing Visage or Showtime, it feels bad. But I still think I'm leaning second. All right, next matchup. Briar. All right, so into Briar. Sleep Darts and Fatigue Shots are in. Again, I want to take out 4 red arrows. It's going to be the Battering Bolts and probably 1 headshot. That All You Gots need to go in. I do like Memorial into Briar as opposed to a lot of the other aggro decks. As nice as Sigil can be in the end game, against a lot of aggro decks, the difference between blocking and healing isn't that big of a difference, whereas against Briar, the ability to actually stop the embodiments does make a big difference. So I don't actually like the Sigils into Briar. I don't really want to play these rebels either. Release the tensions, fine to go in. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So I gotta put one more card in. I could toss in an extra 3 block. I could toss in an extra D-React. Man, I used to love running 9 D-Reacts into Briar. And then Sam played Exude into me a few too many times. Sam, are you playing Briar at the ProQuest? That'll make my decision point here. Oh man, why you gotta do this to me? I have cut one that all you got, so I think I can put in one Fate and be at 60 reacts just fine. I don't think I can comfortably go much higher than that due to Exude and CNC. And that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 cards out. Perfect. And then Briar's, as usual, go second, outside of them having Channel Mount Heroic on turn 0. You just start out with tempo. Yeah, I really don't think there's going to be many Oldhims. I don't know if that makes Katsu a good choice, but I don't think there will be many Oldhims. Like, no, he'll play good Katsu. I'm going to skip over Dash for now, because Dash is weird. Yeah. Good one. Holy cow, that's a really big difference in win rate going first and second. Most of these are actually relatively close, but the Dory one had a full 17% difference. Okay, so yeah, I knew it was go second, but didn't know that it would be by that much. Into Dory, I'm comfortable playing everything. There's a lot of Dory lists running around right now that have like 9 to 12 D-Reacts plus Oasis Respite. And they can actually fatigue you if you're not careful. So I have been liking just playing everything into Dory. I actually had a Dory try and fatigue me on Tuesday at an armory, and I got down to, I think, like 7 cards in deck. So, yeah, playing 74 into that felt really good, because I think I would have lost if I didn't play 74. Maybe I could have gotten away with like 71, but Dory is surprisingly good at fatiguing, because they're able to still strip cards out of your hand on low amounts of cards. So anytime you slow down, they can just like 2-card like Warrior's Valor into Dawnblade, and all of a sudden you have to start throwing your hand in front. And that speeds up how quickly you fatigue. As opposed to like an Oldhim where he just throws Hammer for 4, and you go, okay, I'll take 4, and I'll move on. Yep. All right, that's Dory. And I'm gonna come back to Dash afterwards. Dromai. Well, Dromai is obviously getting these. Rebels go in. Memorial Grounds go in. Battering Bolts go in. Sleep Darts are in. Fatigue Shots are in. The Sink Below can come out. I need to pull out 2 more cards. I don't know that you actually go into time as Arachne. That would be a really fun deck to play at this event. I think you can beat bad Dromais pretty comfortably with Arachne. And if there's not many Oldhims, the problem is your Bravo matchup. I think the Bravo matchup is a little too scary, and we do have a lot of Bravos in our meta. Okay, so I need to cut 2 more cards. This is... No, just that all you got's into Dromai. I mean, there's an argument to play that all you got into Dromai. Because I am a little heavy on arrows. It could be that all you got's in, fatigue shots out. This keeps my arrow ratios pretty consistent, and then these are often just 1 to 2 free health. I don't think Dromai is an issue for you, or at least like not skilled Dromais as Arachne with the list that we had been working on, or you had been working on that I took. Let's go with that. But yeah, I think this is the board here. I don't want to have too many arrows because I want to be able to play out my hands proactively. Also, how is the dash matchup for Arachne? I feel like if they go pistols, it can be quite challenging, and I'm expecting a lot of dash. Yeah, that is fair. I guess time is a concern in the Dromai matchup. And then, curious what this says. This says a slight favor to first. I'm going to stick with first. I mean, it really depends on how your banishes go. Like, if you can find 2 items with banishes off the top, you're feeling pretty good. Or if you can get them low enough to where they have to start blocking breakpoints awkwardly and leak damage. But yeah, I would say pistol dash is probably favored into Arachne. Yeah, I had a game where I played Arachne at an armory, and I hit the guy's induction chamber on like turn 2, or his second one. He's like, yeah, I'm only playing 2. So he had to pivot into like a boost plan to try and close it out, and he almost got there. It was just, I was able to block a little too efficiently. Yeah, Fi is just a thing. I think I already did the Fi sideboard, right? Yeah, this looks right. Yep. Icelander I already did. Kano. Those are in. That's in. Probably 1 fatigue shot. Battering Bolt is too resource intensive to cast. Memorial promptly goes in, and I need to fit in 1 more card here. Or no, I have too many cards out. I need to take out 2 more. Interesting. I guess that's the fatigue shot. Although I am lowering my arrow count slightly more than I'd like. This would only be 23 arrows. Or no, because I'm playing blue arrows. It's fine. Like, they're not the best arrows, but I do still have the arrows in the deck. Then I need to cut 1 more card. Normally I'd default to like the yellow rebel, but it being a yellow into Kano is never a bad thing. It's like a great arsenal target because it's great to play out of arsenal at the start of your turn, and it's also good insurance against them trying to combo if it's your last card because it's a yellow as opposed to a red. It's interesting. Not actually sure what the last card is that comes out. What do I have listed for this sideboard normally? Normally I was taking out the memorials. Yeah, then I'll... Oh, wait. Yeah, no TGs. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to cut the memorial. That's where I was looking. Yeah, Jeremy ended up winning. Yeah, I mean, he won. I lost round 1 to a Fi. It was a bit sad. I drew into double D-React and a Sigil of Solace, which Sigil should have been boarded out, I think. But I drew that into a CNC after dominating a red in the ledger. And then the following turn, he raised a Reflex to Flame to get a Mask of Momentum draw that drew a Salt the Wound. So that Razor Reflex did 11 damage because his Salt came in for 8. So yeah, that and the CNC were just enough to push him over the edge. Yeah, I think Viz is better than people give credit for. It was funny. I think Azalea has a really good Viz matchup. Mike was playing Azalea as well, and Jeremy did end up winning, but Mike drew no non-attacks for the first 4 turns. It was just all arrows. And then at one point it was Mike's 2 to Jeremy's like 22. And then it ended up being Jeremy on 2 at the end of the game. Yeah, Viz still really doesn't like blocking. Yeah, I don't know. Viz has kind of been on the back burner, or back of my mind. No, out of sight. I don't know. It's been not on my radar recently. Okay, what am I doing here? This is Kano. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Perfect. That looks good. And then I assume second with AB2. It's real close. Like, you're probably going to leak a little bit of damage going first. Yeah, I don't actually know. Kano also really doesn't like his 4-card hands that much on his own turn. If you go first, you can usually swing enough to where he just throws his hand in front anyways, and you get an arsenal. I don't know. I'm genuinely unsure on this matchup, which is better. I think they're very close, so I'm not like too upset one way or the other. First obviously gives you the opportunity to dominate. It is one where when I go first, I don't prioritize like Blind Azalea to try and dominate, because if you miss, all of a sudden he gets to just fire his hand for Arcane. So I am often gonna just, if I have the opportunity to fire for 10, I'm just gonna fire for 10 and get an arsenal, because that's gonna pull multiple cards out of his hand. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, everyone enjoys different decks differently. I am gonna mark down first, because I am not positive. Katsu. These are in. All my D-Reacts are in. These are out. Fatigue Shot's out. Sleep's in. These are probably in. I'm probably blocking a decent amount against Katsu. So these are the arrows that are in. I think I need one more arrow in. So 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to cut 5 more cards. I think I'm more afraid of Memorial being a non-block than the upside of having it work. It's 11, I need to cut 4 more. Arrow count is good. I mean, Sam, what are the odds that there's going to be a control Katsu that can fatigue me? It's like 0, right? I'm still terrified of it, but I'm pretty sure it's 0, right? I actually really enjoyed playing Chain. I think it was a really fun deck to play. Briar and Viz, not as much. I've played Briar a little bit. Viz, I don't think I've played yet. But Chain was fun. No, don't say there's a chance. Tell me 0%, please. I have like flashbacks of getting fatigued by Katsus that I boarded thinking they were aggro. So I got fatigued by a Katsu at the Vegas calling in 2021 because everyone was on aggro at that point. So I thought this guy wouldn't bring it. The guy I played into did it. He like played a yellow flick flack on like turn 2, and I was like, okay, this game's over. Because back then we didn't really have the tools to push as many dominates. So at that point, I was like, okay, I'm always hedge boarding. And then Sam had been on aggro all the time. And we play at a locals. And I'm like, okay, he's definitely on aggro. I'm going to bring 60. We're going to play this game. And he had switched to control just to troll me that day. And he fatigued me. And I might be slightly salty still. But I'm always terrified of presenting 60 into Katsu now. Even though if they're on aggro, it's correct. But I'm just terrified of getting fatigued by Katsu. I don't know. I actually don't think the Bravo matchup is that bad. Okay, deal, Sam. Or you could play Katsu and then guarantee not to get LL points for Briar. Big brain. Although actually, I really don't want to get in that position. If I make finals on Azalea, I don't want my opponent to say, yeah, we'll mark you down as the win so you get the LL points. Or if we do that, I would be like, we're playing the game out still. And then if you beat me, I would be like, yeah, I'm not claiming the bounty on this. I mean, I know Fatigue Katsu doesn't beat anything else and why they shouldn't play it, but and actually, I'm not even sure that Fatigue Katsu beats Azalea anymore if they present 60. Because we've got so many more tools for pushing damage than we used to. But I'm still just traumatized. Alright, so I gotta figure out what actually is getting boarded. It's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I gotta take out 4 more cards. I don't think the bounty is anything crazy. It's... yeah, just a handful of creators had put in some stuff. There's a handful of like legendaries and stuff. It might be like $600 in value, but I think the real value is the first person to get the yellow points. And yeah, I don't want to be in that position. Like, if I sat down across from a friend of mine who's like, I can't go to Pro Tour, so I want you to get this win, like, I'd be fine with that. But I don't know. I feel like I would have to be very, like, we're playing for fun. We can mark it down as I won, but if we play for fun, I am not going to go around claiming that I was the first person to get LL points with Azalea, because I don't think I should have had that. I'd like to keep that, like, title open as someone who actually won an event. So, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Sift is a good card. It's a 4 block. Alright, I gotta find 4 more cards. 4 cards to come out. So I did have the Release the Tensions out, because being 2 blocks is actually a pretty notable downside in this matchup, and I'm comfortable playing the full amount of D-reacts into them. So I think I'm going to try that. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need 1 more card out. Can't be an arrow. Maybe like 1 sigil. Oh yeah, Icelander is a ton of fun. Very big fan. Yeah, I think it's 1 sigil. It's kind of just a filler card in the matchup. Like, it's nice in the end game to get out of Katachi lock, but when you draw or when they present a hand that you need to block, it's definitely a hindrance. And then yeah, go second as usual. Into like all the aggro matchups, you want to go second. I don't know what I'm doing into Levia. There's so many different Levia lists, and I don't have like any reps into any of them. So I'm just gonna make some stuff up. Those seem good. Those seem good. Those seem good. That seems good. That seems good. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3 more cards out. Actually, I think I'm going to be more aggressive and I'll cut the headshots instead. Still need to cut 3 cards. It's probably fine just being like the release the tensions. Because you are going to need to block a decent amount against Levia. Yeah, that seems like a deck. Wait, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. And then, again, second. Because going first, you let them just fill their grave. Lexi is a weird one that I'm on a very strange game plan into. I don't know how I feel about it, but the game plan is block out a lot. So all the 3 blocks go in. We've got one other local who plays Levia, but he's judging the event, so I don't expect any. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Perfect. Cutting 2 blocks and non-blocks. It only really works into Lexi. And you're not pure fatigue where you're not just purely blocking out, but you are throwing cards in front, and whenever they slow down to give you a window, you just throw these arrows. And you burn through your deck at a pretty comparable speed. So it kind of works. I'm not actually convinced that it works really well, but I do know that I don't like Rain Razors in the matchup, and I don't like Memorial Ground in the matchup, because against an Ice Lexi, there are hands that they will make you throw your hand in front, and these cards don't block. So like there might be an argument to just still like play the take aim and play 63, just in case, because you are going to need to block a lot. But the big thing about that whole block a lot game plan is if they're playing proactively, it's all blues at the bottom, and then we're blocking and opting, and so the bottom of our deck is still fine. So like you walk health totals down a little bit, but then as it gets to the end game, when both players have like 20 cards left, your deck is just a lot stronger than theirs. That's the theory, at least. It's one I haven't tested enough. But the point is, Lexi is going to make you block more often than you want to. So I'm going to play cards that actually block. Yeah, I think I'm going to try the 63 cards. It's the only matchup where I'm not playing Rain Razors, because every time I drew it, it just felt bad in the matchup. Yes, this VOD will be available. And also, I guess I can post the deck list again. This will have all of the stuff at the end, as well as my whole conversation. A lot of talking to chat, but it'll also have all the discussion on decision points. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong deck list. Oops. This is my regular Azalea list. That's also my... How did I end up on that? Was I... No, I was not editing the wrong list until this point. Oops. Where did it go? Don't know how I managed that. Yeah, this was saved how I had it. Weird. Yes, this is going to be a different February list, which let me post that corrected one. The first link I just posted was wrong. Because this is I'm building this list specifically for my meta where I anticipate a good amount of Dromais. If I was to take Azalea to like Indie, in February. I don't think I would play this version because I don't expect a lot of Dromais at Indy. Riptide looks cool. I think a trap-based ranger will be interesting. Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about it, but it's hard to speculate when all we know he's going to be trap-based. We don't even know what his text box does. So yeah, sorry, it's that second link. Is the one that I'm working on now. Oldhim I already did. Rhinar. Rhinar can fatigue us, so I want to play more cards into him. If you're looking at Briar Dromai, you may try and find a space to fit back in a third that all you got in exchange for one of the other cards, because that is one of the cards that came out for my Dromai sideboard, but yeah. So this is weird. When I normally board up to 68, 69, 70 cards, I want to play like all of my arrows, because just to keep ratios consistent and have extra 3 blocks, but I don't know that I really want the battering bolts in. It's like, do I put in 1? I don't want memorials and I don't want that all you gots. Previously I had been boarding out 2 memorials, 3 that all you gots. So if I board this way, I'm essentially down 1 arrow to how I used to board. Which is, wait. Yeah, that's, am I down 1 arrow? Did I play 1 more? No. Oh, this is 6 cards out. 5. Yeah, this would be 69, which is what I used to play. Took out those 5. I guess memorial is kind of like an arrow. But no, I think my arrow count this way would be the same, right? No, because I've swapped out one of my arrows for a rabble. Yeah. So the change is here is 1 glide path became a rabble, which they're basically interchangeable here. 1 rabble and an arrow, and battering bolt for a fatigue. It's like there's an argument to toss in another arrow, but I think that this is fine. The arrow ratio wasn't really an issue. We were actually above where we need to be, but that was more so giving the flexibility of blocking. So I think this is fine. And also we get to play 69 cards. Into Rhinar we're going first, obviously, because I don't like taking 10 damage with Intimidates on turn 0. And then the last one is Viserai. These come in. Viserai does not like blocking. Don't even think you need to dominate into Viserai, so I don't really like the memorial. I want to have 4 arrows out, so 2 headshots go in. D-reacts are nice, the sinks and that you got, but because of the breakpoints, you can't really get away with playing too many. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I need to cut 1 more card. I could go down 1 arrow. Because I used to play 1 more That All You Got, 1 more Raid the Glide Path, 1 more Sleep Dart, 1 more Fatigue Shot. But then -2 headshots, and what was the other card I would take out? Let's find out. Oh, I was taking out Release the Tensions. Interesting. I could see it. Like, going tall is not a huge deal, although with the introduction of some people playing like that OTK list, Release the Tension value definitely goes up. So I guess I'll cut one, release the tension. Brings us 5, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Man, all these 1-ofs and 2-ofs drive me crazy. I think it is correct how I'm approaching this as far as like the deck list with more 2-ofs and stuff, but it just feels really awkward for sideboarding. I like putting in 3 of a card, 3 of a card, 3 of a card, take out 3 of a card. It's just how I like to approach it. It's much easier. And then yeah, we're going second. Cool, so that's basically sorted, which means we get to hop into some Talshar. This should be, yeah, the new list with the battering bolts and such. Cool, we'll see how these games go. Like I said, it's been testing reasonably well, so... what did I even say against Arachne? Going first, sure. I'm gonna look for a dominate. Sweet. Notably, he did present 69 cards. If they present just 60, there's a chance that they run out of cards if they're blocking too much. Really unmovable? Not. I'm very confused. That's a regicide. Alright, I'm gonna need to pay attention to when that rolls around. Oh no. So confused. What's going on? He took 9 to dagger pass. I'm so confused. Like, making sure his Oasis Respite's turned on? He had 2 Respites, why didn't he cast 1 on the Rebel? So many questions. Am I giving him 2 cards here? Be like these 2? Left it on top, which is kind of annoying. We'll give him 2 cards. Just gonna go for raw damage number. Whoops. No, it's supposed to be casted. It's supposed to just be this for 6, and then we take aim, fire the drill shot. I had that line planned out, and then realized that I realized he what's it called? That I drew a 0-cost arrow. Now, I haven't seen a Leave No Witnesses or a CNC yet, and he's decided to hold a hand, so I'm just going to overextend here, so I don't get punished by those. He's shown that he doesn't want to block. I have no idea what this game is right now. I have no idea what this game is right now. Sure. Goliath Surgical? Yeah, it's fine. I can't block it. Because I got double bit. Ooh, that black tech hurts a little bit. Yep, pulling the red in the ledger is fine. This is interesting. I could give him cards here. It would be Perch Grapplers and Deadeye. To deny the silver. I think I'm okay with that. And the chance of multiple silvers. And I'm just going to fire this Bettering Bolt. I think he's allergic to blocking. I guess he's done that now, but I don't know. This game's just weird. Much as I don't like this Battering Bolt, I'm gonna hold it just in case. This is fine. He's shown that he really likes swinging daggers. I hit. He's got sack the shift. This guy's just throwing. He let me discard the cut to the chase and took the damage for it. I don't know. Like, he should have just blocked there. Play a D-React, sweet. Now the question is, how greedy do I want to be? I'm going to play the bracers. The question is, am I bracering Drill Shot or Boltyn Shot? If I go Boltyn Shot and he blocks it, it's awkward. If he doesn't block it, it's great. I think I'm just going to be safe and just load the Drill Shot. Does Hane just not block? I don't know what that game was. Let's move on. Alright, go on second and defy. Okay, they're on Tunic and Lynx, which means they're going to have a lot more trouble with these on hits. I think Flamescale Furnace is the correct choice in this matchup for him. Okay, cool. It's just a pretty straightforward line where I'm probably going to get 2 cards from him. Rhinar just doesn't do a ton here, but I also don't want to waste the extra card. Yeah, that's expected. Give him 6. And I'll probably just crack back for 8. Even better. So there is a discussion to try and sneak the Rain Razors over the top if I didn't have the Dominate. But I think I'd rather just the 1 extra damage. Obviously leaving myself without an arsenal, but it translated to the 3 extra damage here, and arsenaling a Deadeye feels a little awkward. This also makes sure that he can't block it with just the Shuko and a 3 block. Cool, this is a very efficient damage hand. Block with that all you got, and then pitch, load, buff, fire for 9, get an arsenal. Hopefully draw an extender either off the Death Dealer or the that all you got. And I'm really hoping this Remorseless push is like 3 or 4 damage here. Yep, always second in Defy. And again, with this hand, I only really want to block with 1 card. So I'm going to save it for later on in the chain. Either he gives me the value off of it, or... yeah, either I get the value off of it, or okay, that's fine. Yeah, he just stopped it there. Because he knew sending the flame is kind of a waste. I am going to use my Tunic resource for this. We'll just come in for the 12. 3 cards for 12 is pretty good. And then we get the arsenal again. I did have to use my Tunic resource though, which is not ideal, but is what it is. Got a decent health lead here. He is, however, going into a Tunic turn. Would not be surprised to see an Art of War out of Arsenal off the Tunic here. Nope. I do kind of want to give him 1 card here. I'm anticipating at least 1 more attack. So yeah, we'll throw it here. Yeah, and then we get to Arsenal this Remorseless. This is interesting. I can get 1 extra damage in the Remorseless. I think it's worth. I'm gonna get 1 extra damage and sacrifice in exchange for my arsenal. However, this is gonna do a Seek and Destroyed Remorseless, which is very powerful because he either has to like commit his entire hand or play through the Remorseless. And he also, if he has a D-React in Arsenal, which he probably doesn't, I think he would have played it sooner if he did. But if he does, for some reason, it's locked down. Either way, this is a very awkward thing for him to block. And while it's like 2 value less efficient at face value, it makes it very awkward for him. So I think that outvalues that. Obviously, we get punished really hard if we don't draw an arrow. Because I didn't hold an arsenal, but such is life. Yeah, like he's going to take 3 and probably just fire out like a Snatch from Arsenal. A Rising Resentment from Arsenal, something like that. And lose a life for playing it. Like this buys us full tempo. We just need to make sure we draw a hand that capitalizes on it. Oh, okay. We got the Tunic and the Shuko as well. Don't mind if I do. Da-da-da. So I am going to overextend my hand again. Strictly because I would have had to keep a spare card in hand if I didn't. This is probably going to buy his mask. It's either going to ruin his next turn or he gives me his Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. And this is worth like 6 value. So he has to block with like 9 value here if he wants to stop this or risk losing his next turn. So yeah, both of these are good outcomes for me. And again, he's down his armor and I have all of mine still. And I don't have an arsenal for... oh, it was the D-React in arsenal. Interesting. Alright, well played. That's why he gave me the Shuko and Tunic. I mean, it's a pretty good position. And this is interesting though. This knock value goes up so much because he doesn't have armor left. It's just awkward to play this knock. Okay, so he plays the Flame Call. He's got a Flame in hand, which means he's probably going to play the Flame, Fi, pitch the second Flame, Ember Blade, Lava Burst, which means he's not going to have an arsenal, which means that the stock on this Red in the Ledger goes down significantly. So I think I'm just going to play the efficient turn cycle and try and block a little bit here. Yeah, I'm not convinced this is that good of a position, though. Because this is another 6. That doesn't really matter where I block here. Yeah, we'll leave it on top. But yeah, him having no armor is pretty valuable here. I don't think it was worth taking an additional 6 to try and dominate a Red in the Ledger for a comparable amount of damage. Ah, got that -1 counter on his snaps. Mounting for 7. So it's 7, 3, 1 question mark. I could throw this knock in front and gamble that I find an extender. I am concerned about this breakpoint here. Just not sure I'm ready to give 2 cards. I think I do have to, though. Yep, flame into flame, and then we'll find out what the last card is. Oh. Not into flame. Seven dominate just isn't quite enough. Or not as much as I'd like. I was expecting him to throw a lot more. He also held a flame in hand, which is interesting. So we do get 1 card from his hand. However, I'm going to have to try and live through this next turn, which might be a little tougher. Oh, this guy's on Sinks and Fates. Jeez. Yeah, that's real bad. This is not a good hand. Doesn't he still have a flame in hand, though? Yeah, if I can definitely do that. Yeah, there's the Art of War. He's going to banish the flame that's in his hand. Is there not a flame in his hand? Did I lose track of it somewhere? Must have. Oh, that blaze for 5 hurts. Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's going to be it here. Yep. Yep. So close. Like, I don't know, my average value is still over 13 with disruption. I just did 5 things. I think I had windows to try and dominate red in the ledger and stuff. The issue was that I underestimated how good his hands were going to be. I think if he had average Fi hands on those turns, it would have been fine. But he was having like nasty 4-card hands. Like 15, 16, 17 damage 4-card hands. And I was like, oh, like the average 4-card hand is going to do like 10 in Arsenal or something. And it just ended up being a lot more damage than anticipated. I don't think that the decision points were necessarily wrong. I just don't think they worked out quite how I anticipated. And then I definitely had a couple of clunky hands. No, actually the D-React in Arsenal was rough. The D-React in Arsenal was one that, I don't know, maybe I should have made a better read that it was a D-React and not overcommitted to that red in the ledger for 5. I mean, I think the reasonable reads there were either that it was a D-React or that it was an Art of War, because he was willing to throw his Tunic and his Shuko to protect it from this Remorseless red in the ledger. Or sorry, Remorseless Seek and Destroy. So I think that might have actually been the turning point where I overcommitted to dominating a red in the ledger and I got punished by a D-React. Because if there was no D-React there, I think I win that game. Because he would have had to give me his headpiece in order to stop it. Sigil of Suffering pitched, so I'll have to keep an eye out for those as the game goes on. There's definitely some discussions for a line that involves like knock with a Seek and Destroy. And probably just pulls all of his armor. Might actually be better, but I'm gonna play this. And just see what he does. But yeah, like a knock red in the ledger with Seek and Destroy. I could have also come in for 8 dominate. I just wouldn't have gotten an Arsenal here. And I probably would have pulled 3 pieces of armor. Actually, that line might just have been better. Because, yeah, obviously, all the armor would have been gone, and it would have made the rest of my game much easier. Am I still going to get his armor? Because this is still threatening. Like, he's got to respect the on-hit. At least a little bit. Why is he blocking like that? Like, if you're gonna let it hit, let it hit. Okay, nice armor. I'll take some more. Or, yeah, if you're gonna block it, block it. Like, don't half-ass your blocks. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, they have no idea what it's gonna be, and they get punished because I still had my cross trap. And now I get the last piece of their armor and another card. And they're under Seek and Destroy. Now, had they not blocked with these, they could have kept a card and still blocked it. Like, I think there's probably a small argument for Ironweave block. And that's strictly because Ironweave, you do want to have the option of cracking it. But I don't think there was any reason for them to block with Grasp there. This hand is fine. Ideally not blocking anything here. That was indeed some unique blocking. Also, oh, and I didn't Arsenal. So they got screwed extra hard there. Why didn't they? Oh, they couldn't make a rune chant because they already had one. Yikes. Yeah. So I'm going into the Tunic turn, which, like, this hand is gas if I can clear my arsenal off a Tunic. Because it's 14 off 3 cards and a Tunic. Man, I don't want to block. Man, I really don't want to block, but it's on hit make 3 rune chants. A lot of rune chants. Fine. So the issue with that blocking was, or with not blocking there, was going to be the fact that if I can't clear my arsenal, like I opt another red arrow, all of a sudden that turn gets a lot worse. So this is kind of like the safe middle ground where I can still have a turn just fine. It's fine. Yeah. Turn would have been real good. But man, on hit 3 rune chants, that's a big on hit. But then I overblocked by 1, so I really only got 2 extra value for block. Yeah, it was probably correct to not block it. Three damage is scary. It was very scary. But yeah, so I ended up... That other line would have been 5. Yeah, it would have been E-Strike for 5, into Boltyn Shot for 5, into Drill Shot for 6. With this Arsenal still. 5, 5, 6. So it would have been 16. This line ended up only being 12. So blocking there cost me 4 value. And I lost my boots. Yeah, not blocking would have been better. Man. 5's such an obnoxious breakpoint. Can I sacrifice my tunic here for 4 health? I think this game goes fast enough that I can. Hopefully I don't regret it too much. Sure, that's a fine arsenal. And then I'm probably going to look to commit the bracers here if he doesn't block this. Or sorry, if he does block it is what I mean. I don't actually know it's correct because I did have the sigil. I don't know. I feel like I'm playing kind of sloppy right now. Yeah, I probably should have just played the sigil and arsenal the sleep dart and saved my bracers. Okay, we're almost to the stage of the game where he has to block every turn. And can't hold 5 cards in hands anymore. This is like his last opportunity to hold a 5-card hand. Or actually, it's not even a 5-card. He doesn't have an arsenal. Yeah, now he's down to 5. So now we can deny him the ability to hold a full grip every turn for the rest of the game. There's probably a rune flash added. Kind of annoying. Only comes in for 2 though. I guess if he's short on pitch, he could grab the Spellblade instead. Yeah, that early turn block was interesting from him. It's gonna be Rune Flash for 2. That buys a card from me. Yeah, I just want to present raw damage numbers here. I don't need that sigil. So the goal is to pull 2 cards out of his hand, which looks like I should be able to do. Possibly 3. Oh, or his entire hand. Hey, Jotrick, how's it going? There might have actually been an argument to hold back the take aim to make sure I can't brick on this next turn. Or I'm less likely to brick next turn. But this pulling his entire hand feels quite good. Yeah. No. There's a shot, but... Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. Almost punished. Take aim saves the day yet again. Oh, that was terrifying. I feel like I get away with playing out the last card in my hand way more than I should. Nice. How have the holidays been so far? And thanks. I really hoping to do well this weekend. And I guess all 3 of the weekends. I don't know what he's sitting here thinking about. I don't know that he can block out. I don't think there's like an unmovable plus like an Oasis Respite. Oh, very nice. Wait a second. Shoot. I'm using my old list. I started queuing my old list again, and I didn't even notice. Oh well. Yeah. This is my old list. Oh well. One more, and then I gotta make sure I switch over to queuing the new list. I mean, they're like only 1 or 2 cards different in a lot of these matchups, so it's not a huge difference, but so how many pro quests are everyone, or is everyone planning on playing in? I'm looking at 4 or 5, debating on the 5th. Most of the time you are just gonna go for the blind dominate. The exception would be Kano, probably. And that's just because if you miss, then all of a sudden he gets to play out cards. Whereas if you just represent non-dominated 8 or 9 or something, he doesn't really get to leak damage against you. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, making it to 1 or 2 is still fine. I feel like... Yeah, no, making it to 1 or 2 is fine. I'm just, yeah, really looking forward to playing as many as I can. Okay, so I have more arrows than pitch cards in my deck, but I get punished more for missing on pitch cards. So this block is actually really awkward. I think I'm just going to block like this, because this can bail me out if I need it. Yeah, It's interesting that they made a lot of the battle hardens, like also the one in New Jersey, happen during the weekends. Like, I don't know, it just feels kind of awkward. Alright, so he no-blocked this. Oh, no, he is blocking. Which means I'm probably going to just take the Dominate here. And then I'm going to play the Deadeye because I can afford it with the blue pitch. And I'll save the Release the Tension. Had he not blocked the first attack after already seeing there was a fatigue shot, it would have made me think that he... I guess the way of phrasing that would be like, if he chose... sorry, trying to play and think through words. Words are... If he had not blocked the Ravenous, that would have made it look like he knew he was planning on blocking just the fatigue so he could crack back. In this case, it looked like he was just planning on blocking, so I was comfortable doing it that way. Okay, as much as I hate using a sink below here, I do want to try and find a pitch card, so I will sink. I will sink the fatigue shot. No luck on the pitch card, but that's alright. Dominate, Seek, and Destroy Sleep Dart seems fine. Because he's already thrown some armor. Because the goal here is to make him throw something like a Crippling Crush without Dominate, or like a Spinal without Dominate. But he's going to have to clear out his cards if he gets hit by the Seek and Destroy, and obviously can't Dominate using his spare cards if he doesn't, if he takes the Sleep Dart. So not the most efficient turn cycle, it's 3 cards for 8, but it's what I had access to, so we're going to cast it. No! Alright, so notably he's playing Blessings, Staunches, and all that, so I do have to be a little bit concerned about fatigue here. Because it looks like he's going to try and slow this game down. So I'm just going to throw this fatigue to save my health total. And I'll look for another... Probably a Dominate off the top is the goal. That'll be fine. And I'm going to go ahead and throw this as well. Just going for the 9 Dominate. Crap. I didn't look at what his... I ignored what his Blessing revealed. But I should know his hand right now. So if there was like a Tear Asunder, I lost out on that information because I didn't read chat. Okay, no Tear Asunder. It's probably just going to be a Hammer for 6. He seems to really like that line. I think I'm just going to take this. Don't really want to throw any of these cards in front. Ideally, I can clear this out for like a buff or a rabble or something. Perfect. And I want to look for an arrow on top. Not ideal, but we'll take it. Definitely not the best draw. I'm a little hesitant about throwing this much here. Am I throwing this for 2? No, I should just keep it. CNC punishes me, but I can't get CNC pummeled. No CNC. Always rewarded. He's already thrown like all of his armor, so I'm okay getting rid of drill shots. And I'm also not going into my tunic turn. If I was going into tunic turn, I would have held the drill shot as a more efficient play pattern. Deck is really fun. It is very versatile. I wish it was a little bit stronger, but I think it's still pretty good. But I feel like I'm always learning something new. Like I've definitely played well over 1,000 games with the deck, and I still feel like I'm learning something new every time I play the game or play the deck. Okay, he took the sleep dart, which means I'm getting CNC pummeled here. The question is it a red pummel or is it a blue pummel? I am going into my tunic turn. Is it red or blue? Because if it's blue, I can get away with throwing 8 in front. If it's red, I think I'm still kind of okay throwing 8 in front if it's red. Because I get to sigil out as my last card and not feel too bad. If I just take it, I discard these, and I still have an efficient turn. I think I'm just going to take it. Because I don't have a great read on whether or not it's blue or red. But I know there's a CNC pummel. He no-blocked the sleep dart, which means he's planning on using every card. Okay, so it was a blue. It's fine. This will probably pull his last tectonic plating block. And which means we're basically at like even health, but he has no equipment left and I'm nowhere near fatigue. Like he's gonna, if you count the equipment block, he's lost about half of his health so far. Actually, he's lost more than half of his health. He doesn't have a massive health lead when you consider my equipment remaining. I'm nowhere near fatigue. Like this game is feeling pretty good. My only concern is if he's able to chain together some nasty turns, like spinals and cripplings. Because I've seen one of each pitched. I don't think I've seen anything else pitched though. Like that's super scary. But like yeah, health is even. Oh, there's another crippling pitched. Interesting that he blocked with the Showtime. I think there was an argument for him to block with the crippling instead. No, he would have had to hold too many cards, which he couldn't do. Alright, I hate using these sync blows on hammer so often, but I feel like that's kind of just where I'm at right now. Oh yeah, Drill Shot is a really good card. Man, that's not what I want on top. It's actually quite bad. But that's where I'm at right now. Yeah, that ended up being 3 cards for 8, which is never where you want to be. Would have been fine if I had Tunic up. Would have been fine if would have been fine if it was an extender. Like that turn would have been nasty if I had an extender, but yeah. And like I said, because fatigue isn't a concern, like this dominate is completely irrelevant. I only did it because it was probably 1 to 2 extra damage. Yes, there are hands where you use Perch Grapplers not for dominate or not for block. It's pretty few and far between, but it's a non-zero amount of the time. Okay, please find an extender. We got an extender. So now I can play a good tempo line here. That ordering was wrong, actually. I was supposed to play the glide path prior to loading, because knowing what's on top after loading doesn't matter, because I've already used Azalea. Knowing prior would have been better, because then I would have been able to know what I was going to end up in gonna have an arsenal, or I'd have more control over it. So I know I played that hand super fast. That was just off of instinct, but it was definitely a misordering. Read the glide path should have been played prior to drawing, because Azalea had already been triggered. Because you always want to time your op to where it is most impactful, or the information is most impactful. And it has 0 impact here, whereas at the other point it would have had impact. Man, and I missed on a buff. Ooh, this is real bad. Okay, found it. This actually might have been a hand that I would have had to use Perch Grapplers if I didn't find that buff on top with Rabble. Okay, we got a Rain Razors on top. I'm not that excited about this Fate Forsaken ending up in Arsenal because he's probably not going to hold a hand here. I anticipate he's just going to throw a bunch. Actually, I'm coming in for 7, so unless he has a D-React, which I feel like he would have been incentivized to use at the start. Yeah. Yeah, he got punished real hard there. I think he screwed up pretty bad because he loses that Crippling Crush out of Arsenal. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Salvageable. Very salvageable. Actually, pretty good. Yeah, that hand was almost very bad. He doesn't know I have the take aim, so if I get a D-React out of him here, I'll be very happy. I mean, I had the bracers as my backup. Sweet, we got the D-React out of him too. That's real big. -4 on the tectonic plating. Got him. I don't care about that Remorseless on top. Interesting. Unfortunately, I think I do need to be card efficient here. I mean, it's a bit inefficient, but I need to throw threats here. So we did start approaching fatigue a little bit. Not to the point where I'm super concerned, but it's starting to be back of my mind. Like, I can't just throw damage too willy-nilly at this point, but I've got a massive health lead. I'm going to be trying to look for an opportunity to find Dominate where I can, just to close out these last few points. This is a pummel? What is his hand? Why would he not make a surge there? He can't double pummel. If he has 2 reds, there's no reason for him to pitch 2 reds to switch a pummel. Is there a yellow in his deck that he's pitching for this pummel? Like, that's the only thing that makes sense here, is a yellow pitched for pummel. Okay, why didn't he make the surge? Did he think he was going to be all sneaky by only coming in for 4? Oh, red in the ledger. Huh. Thank you. Yeah, I'm smart, I swear. Yeah, red in the ledger. See, I'm used to doing it in person where I set it out in play, and I'm not used to looking in the upper corner. This is fine to end my arsenal. He just went to 1? Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just going to try and protect the health total a little bit here. Yep. Just a bit afraid of that red pummel. I'm not... So I could attack for 10. 5 and 5 pulls all 4 cards out of his hand. The alternative is come in for like 7 dominate. The only concern with 7 dominate is that if he has another staunch, I've only seen 2. I think I'm just going to go for the 10 damage. This pulls all of the cards out of his hand and lets me set up an arsenal. Okay, he did have the staunch, so he made him not be able to hold a card. So now that's the last staunch gone. So now a dominate for a decent amount is going to close out the game. Oh, hey, look, a dominate for a decent amount. Whoops, why did that? That was weird. Even if he has red staunch, we have the razors to go over the top. But I hadn't seen any red staunches up to that point. Is he gonna pass? Yeah, he was trying to block way too much during that game. He never actually threw any real disruption at me. And I think that game plan used to work against Azalea, but with all the new tools we've gotten, starting in Everfest, all the way through Dynasty, I think fatiguing Azalea is a lot harder than it used to be. Like, a lot harder if you're careful as Azalea. To where I really think it's only Oldhim who can do it consistently. Did he just like go AFK or leave? Alright. Yeah, there we go. Oh, thank you. Crap. I don't want to dodge. I'm going to try playing the That All You Got's into Bravo, because that's one of the things I'm changing. Yeah, I was like hovering the leave lobby button. But yeah, we're going to try the That All You Got's. See if having that extra D-React in Arsenal is going to make a difference. The delay really isn't that big. It's probably just me being slow to read. These That All You Got's are interesting here. Sorry, chair is squeaky. But yeah, I'm also anticipating quite a few Bravos in my local meta. He has the imposing. Okay, maybe it is some stream delay. Yeah, this is gonna hurt. Oh, it's so good we're pulling armor. because I get to fatigue for 8 dominate, which means I'm probably just getting armor here. And then there's a pretty reasonable chance he gives me armor, and then I give him my Perch Grapplers and a 3-block from hand to stop the crippling. Sweet. So this actually becomes debatable which arrow I'm sinking. I think the safe play is to sink the headshot. Of course I draw the pitch. This is interesting. I have the pitch floating. Is this worth going for a like red in the ledger? I think it is. Just because it's seek and destroyed. I could have also gone for a fatigue shot, but I've already seen him pitch 1 Terra Sunder. But this also, I guess this also, no, fatigue shot is better into the everything but Terra Sunder, I think. So maybe I should have just gone for fatigue. It feels like every time I grab fatigue, I just get Terra Sundered, and I get really annoyed because I hate that card. But I think fatigue may actually just have been the better play here, because I've seen 1 Terra Sunder pitched. Yeah, Rouse is also the annoying one. Okay, CNC. I don't have a read on if there's a pummel or not, for obvious reasons. I think I'm okay giving him 1 card here. Damn, he had the pummel too. This guy's good. That's fine on top. No pitch card here is a bit rough. But like overall, I think I'm doing fine. I have a little bit of a health lead. That all you got on top does not really help me. This may just be a turn where I'm blocking into E-Strike for 7 or something. Because like firing arrows are pretty inefficient if you're oh, that's interesting. No, I just want to leave that in arsenal. Firing arrows is pretty inefficient if you keep losing my train of thought. Firing arrows is inefficient if you're not pitching a yellow to load Death Dealer. Oh, okay. Yeah, we just take it. Hope he leaves my buff. Nope. Never leaves the buff. That feels bad. If I blocked with an arrow, then I had I had a 50-50 of that line being really good. Yep, we got rewarded for not... I mean, I wanted to hold the Fate Foreseen as well. So I do end up getting rewarded a decent amount here. I'll give him the headshot. Cool. We get to flip tempo here. Although actually he's just going to draw his Terra Sunder, because that's how it works. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm going to just overextend the hand here. I could have fatigue shotted for 10 without Dominate, but I feel like that just gets 3 cards and he arsenals, whereas this is going to force him to play out something not dominated. Is this like a red staunch? Nope. It's not the time to draw a non-block. Okay, we're getting pummeled here as well. I think I'm going to favor raw damage. Or actually... Am I just going to 3? Yeah, I'm going to 3. And discarding the sleep dart. Or maybe I'm discarding the headshot. It's a tough choice. So that is the second red pummel. Two cripplings and a spinal down. Unfortunately, he does still have his Terra Sunders. Bit of an issue. Just all 3 sinks. Haven't seen any fates yet, which makes me think he's only on sinks as far as D-reacts. This is not good, but fine. Yeah. So I've still got 2 more sigils left in deck. I'm running low on reacts, only 2 sinks left. There's a sink. Belting for 5 sucks. Actually, I think I'm probably just gonna die here. Yeah. Yep. Almost pulled it back, but yeah. It was a bit rough from turn 0 when he got the Visage, and then new list. Oh, I didn't save it. No, the old list was slightly better in the matchup, I think. As much as I would like to blame the old list. But again, it is a tough matchup. I think it's one of our harder matchups. And even that game was still reasonably close. Like it's definitely not like a blowout. So the changes were I took out it's minus 1 Memorial Ground, 1 Sleep Dart, 1 Fatigue Shot, 1 That All You Got, and 1 yellow Read the Glide Path. And I've added in 3 Battering Bolts and 2 yellow Rabbles, just to make the Dromai matchup a little more manageable. Because in testing, it felt like it made a pretty big difference in that matchup. Obviously, the Dromai matchup is still bad, but it feels like I can actually compete. But then in a lot of matchups, I'm going to be down like 1 Fatigue Shot that I would normally have there, or 1 Sleep Dart I was going to normally have there, or maybe 1 That All You Got that I was going to normally have there. So there's a couple points here and there. That it'll probably make, but I'm expecting quite a few Dromais at my ProQuest, so I'd like to have more game into them than before. But going to larger events, I would still play my old list. I just think there's going to be a higher density of Dromais at like the local level in comparison to the like big event. Yeah, in comparison to the big events. Because I know at like my armory level, we have a lot of Dromai. Alright, Kano. This might be bad, but I'm going to do it anyways. I'm going to go down to no resources. Yeah, exactly. That's what a lot of my meta is. So let's find out how much damage I take for this. But I'm dominating for 12 with a Seek and Destroy, which is going to make it a lot harder for him to find time to set up the combo, and also going to make it a lot harder for him to like do stuff. Interesting. Oh, no. Spell Tidings block makes sense, I think, because he wants to Kano here with the remaining 3 cards and leak any damage that he can. I feel like he should have Kano'd prior to blocking, but interesting. Does he have double red in hand? It must have been triple red hand. I think that's the only thing that really makes sense there as to why he wouldn't Kano again, because he's got to use these cards. So my assumption is there's 2 reds here. And so best case scenario, he has 2 blues here. Stir is kind of a problem. It could also be like 1 blue that he wanted to make sure he had for next turn, plus like a good card to cast. There's definitely a couple of possibilities there. Now, unless there's a spindle, don't think that I want to block any of this arcane. I think I want to just maintain the game plan of be aggro. The only thing I don't want to arcane barrier with is this, and I'd rather have that available on my turn to play with and block arcane with things spare. Okay, so there's the first red that he's pitched. Oh, interesting. He's going to use a Ragamuffin's hat already? So it is another red. Okay, it was the tome. So yeah, like I said, he had double red, Blessing of Aether and Tome of Aetherwind. It's really interesting seeing him go for the Ragamuffin's hat already, just to try and find something better. Oh, he drew into another red. Yikes, that's a rough turn cycle for him. This is going to be 7 Arcane, but he used 4 cards and his Ragamuffin's hat for 7 Arcane. It's that hurts. Him getting stuck with the 2 reds in his or 3 red opening hand is pretty painful for sure. But we're going to go in straight with this Boltyn shot. I'm not anticipating him fully blocking this out, so I'm going to start with the Boltyn shot first. This also incentivizes him to throw 3 cards in front, and if he throws 3 cards, then I can just rabble and be fine. If he only gives me 2 cards, then I'm also happy with that, because I get to cross-trap off of the drill shot reveal and probably still fire this. It's just a really awkward turn for him to block, because by representing 2 cards in my hand, it looks like he's very incentivized to block 7 here. But giving an entire extra card for 1 damage feels quite bad. So we do get the on-hit. We'll leave that there, and I'll just come in with the drill shot. I don't need to overextend my hand with this rabble. It's fine to just save it for next turn. Get the -1 on the tunic counter, even though they almost never actually end up blocking with the tunic. This is interesting because I do technically have 2 resources I don't need, but it doesn't actually make the difference. The only card that really punishes me here is if he hits like a Blazing Aether. Or I guess he could be good and hit the tome into like a Blazing. But again, blocking there isn't going to make a difference unless he has the tome. Or the Blazing Aether. But yeah, him hitting the tome was definitely a pretty good roll from him. Let's see what we find. I could have played the glide path there, but I chose not to. I think I'm going to look for a really aggressive line here. I'm not 100% convinced that it's correct, but it is what I want to go for. Yeah, especially since he's already given me a card. And that line is there. Actually, I think it depends on how he blocks this. Because I do have the option of going Tunic or Snaps Bracers, the Remorseless, after playing this Rain Razors. If he puts 9 in front, I may not. Yeah, I think if he gives me 9, I probably just Arsenal the Remorseless and go into the next turn with a Rain Razors Remorseless line. I don't think I should be that greedy. As much as I want to. I think there's a pretty reasonable chance he gives me 9 here to try and protect the arsenal. Yeah. Yep. So now we'll just go for the wide turn next turn. Oof. Haven't drawn any sigils yet, unfortunately. It's actually all of a sudden not going as well as I'd hoped. Looking for another arrow on top. It's the goal. Nice. We'll be conservative and go this way. Or, actually this might be the greedy line. So, another interesting note on Remorseless is this on hit happens as soon as it hits. So if he lets this hit, and then I go into my snaps line and push him to where he starts trying to combo here, he does actually take a bunch of damage. I don't think it'll quite reach that health total, but it is something to keep in mind. But this is going to be Snaps Razors here. Unfortunately, I think I need to use the bracers here. Because it ends up being 3 extra damage, and I don't have the resources to try and live through his combo anyways. I am going down to AB1, but I'm only going to have 1 resource anyways. So it is possible that he tries to kill me here. It is possible that he kills me here. But I think I need to go for this here. Okay. He is without a Ragamuffin's hat, but I'm also down to AB1. Wait, sorry, what was that card I just looked at? It said it was good. Yeah. Okay, we got 1 card out of him, which is a good start. Sweet. He leaked a little bit more. Interesting. This is just for 3. I can't afford to let him search a wildfire. Right? Oh, I can't stop him from searching a wildfire. Forgot him down to AB1. Well, that makes my decision tree a little bit easier. So he probably identifies here that he has to block this with a card. Otherwise, a singular buff plus the Boltyn shot kills him. Shows me the card that he had already revealed. Which means I'm going to take this opportunity to just try and heal up a little bit with these sigils, because this hand does not do very much. So we're just going to get one more card here, take him to 3. Oh, interesting. So he's probably got another wildfire in his hand. That is unfortunate. Then a pitch and pass. Oh. Weird. Oh. I feel like he should have just blocked with the Blessing of Aether and gone to 2. Yeah, because, like, no, he just loses. Like, he's got to go for it here and try and kill me through a Sigil of Solace and a blue. If he tries to block this out, he dies. Because this is a 17 damage turn. Okay. So he's just going to lose. Sweet. Could be more than 17, but I don't need to be greedy. 17 is enough. Yeah, unless there's some way he can do 29 off one card in an E-pot. Yeah. Through 2 resources. Wait. Dang it. There we go. Briar. Equipment looks pretty standard. Notably snaps instead of creepers. Interesting. He's deciding to forego getting an arsenal in order to get this embodiment of lightning. Give him the headshot. Because Sleep Dart is slightly more disruptive. That's even more disruptive. That's quite good. Alright, we're just good at the game. Draw the red in the ledger as your single filter card. Huh. Yeah, playing Force of Nature is not the play. Swarming does seem like the play. Maybe I was supposed to block there. Yeah, this might be a little too greedy. Is he gonna de-react me? Nope. Then we got the blind. Alright, that was a good Perch Grappler's usage because I got really rewarded. He revealed a blue as well. I think he meant to arsenal that, yeah. There might have been an argument to rabble there first. No. Fine, I won't overextend the hand as much as I want to. Well, this is probably going to hurt a little bit. It's going to be a snatch for 7 with, or 8 with go again. Rip. Need to hold 2 cards though, is the issue. I actually have to give him equipment here. I have to be able to hold this red in the ledger with a pitch card. Yeah, he's gonna get the snaps. I just have to hope he doesn't draw something well, or something good off of it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's no reason to tunic there. Being down my cross wrap makes these arrow arsenals real bad. I think I'm just looking for like 5 into 5. Because I need to try and pressure him. Yeah, and he left. There's definitely some good variance going in my favor that game. Oh, now he's back. But yeah, I'm just gonna go 5 into 5. I can't afford to arsenal a blind card. Or it's harder for me to arsenal arrows when I don't have cross wrap. Yep, so we get 4 cards. I don't think he realizes his tunic isn't blocking for anything. Oof. Five into 6 pulls 4 cards again. Okay, it doesn't pull 4 cards again. Because he had the sink below. Oh, okay. It's a strange game. I feel like we both high rolled. I just high rolled a little bit harder. Like he had the turn 0 Channel Heroic. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Always a pleasure to see you, as usual. I'm winning a lot of die rolls today. It's been kind of nice. Don't need to sink anything. These are both perfectly fine, kind of regardless of what I draw. Does have the full suite of armor, so I'm not going to worry too much about playing that knock there. So I could go 7, or I could go... No, I think I like the drill shot a little bit better here. Cool. We got 2 value off his furnace. Yep, there's the Art 4. Engulfing Flame Wave is less common card choice. I'm going to look to block on the Mask of Momentum. Unfortunately, it does translate to needing to give him 2 cards. I don't have the Tunic resource up. So it's probably just going to be here. Turn's still going to hurt quite a bit. Because this is sword into flame. Or I guess flame into sword. Might as well give him 3. I'm just going to be E-striking for 5 back at him. Because that was a pretty big turn from him. I don't want to end up with that in my arsenal. So I'm just going to 5 draw a card. I imagine he'll take a somewhat slow turn. It's because it's only the... yeah, he's going to play 2 cards in arsenal probably. And can't afford to block it. It's probably still just going to be 7 in arsenal. Yep. Yeah, this is fine. Unless I find like a red in the ledger here. That's fine on top. We get to come in for a 4-card 16. Then go back to arsenal this D-react. Just being pretty efficient on these turns. It's nice getting a couple cards from him. Ooh, get 3 cards from him. And obviously just gonna leave the D-React there. Wouldn't be surprised if this is like a 3 into a 4. Man, I get punished really hard if he just Arsenal passes after this 3. However, if I sink, I get really punished if he plays like a snatch. Think... Man... This decision point's real tough. Okay. It's fine. And I don't think there's a reason to sink any of this. I could sink like the Seek and Destroy and hopefully draw a different yellow. Or I could sink the Boltyn shot, lean into the red in the ledger Seek and Destroy line, and hope to find a different extender. So it's between these two. I think I'm going to look for the different extender, which we found. Pretty happy with that. Yep, I was going to say, I imagine he just plays this out, as he should. He doesn't really want it stuck in Arsenal. Cool. Now we get a nice tempo swing with 11 and an on-hit and end with an Arsenal. Unfortunately, this Deadeye isn't the greatest Arsenal, but it's fine. But this should pull at least 3 cards, and he may swing back with 1 card. It's going to be an E-Strike or a CNC, neither of which I'm excited to see. E-Strike is a little bit nicer. So we can... It's got 5 block here. I think I need to just take this. Because I think I need that all you got for pitch on this turn. Yeah, this is fine. And I want to find another extender here. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I think I was supposed to block with that all you got. Yeah. Yeah, that was a mistake. It was definitely supposed to be a that all you got block. Okay, and a D-React from hand. Wait, no D-React from hand. Interesting. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is tough. I think it might just be the dominated red in the ledger here that we have to take. Just don't like giving up my tunic resource for... Or wait, no, I'm not giving up the tunic resource for it. But I think it's a little bit too good here. We've already seen 2 E-Strikes. Hopefully he doesn't have... Or, yeah, we've seen 2 E-Strikes. He's probably going to have another E-Strike or a CNC, because they always have them. So this should give me a pretty good window, hopefully. And I do still have equipment. Mounting Anger is fine. And we want to block with the Fatigue shot. Yep, and now this hand is quite good. It'll be... yeah, quite a bit of damage. I think I'm going to send that to the bottom and look for a better extender. But we'll see where the turn goes. I could have left it on top and used it as the extender with the tunic resource. That might actually have been better. And then just played the Deadeye off tunic. Or actually, we'll rather use that to Death Dealer and then play the Deadeye off that draw. This works out. 7, so we get at least one card, and probably one card in his mask, probably. It's not great, but the Sleep Dart also is getting value in denying his Phoenix Flame. Unless he chooses to give me 2 cards in mask, in which case I think I'm also happy with that. Be curious. Okay, no mask. This is not a great hand. I may actually have to go for a Perch Grappler's Line. In which case, I think I like Headshot the most. Ooh, this is bad. Okay, this is not that bad. Or is it? Can I let this just hit and then come in for 10? 10 or more? Does 10 do enough? Or do we maintain the health? I think I should have been greedy here, but yeah, this unfortunately just doesn't do enough. Yeah, this one's gonna be close. Please give me something good on top. That is not something good on top. Am I blind as alien? I'm not convinced that 7 is going to be enough to close this. It's definitely going to the bottom. Question is, do I just fire 7? The problem is he gets by with 2 3 blocks. He's been running a lot of 3 blocks, is the issue. If I blind and hit an arrow or a buff, I win the game. The misses would be Sink Below. Okay, there's no Sink Belows left. That all you got? There's only one That All You Got back. Or left. There's only one That All You Got in the deck, and I never hit it, right? I think there's only one hard miss in the deck. I hope I'm right about that. But I think it's only That All You Got as the big miss. And then there's a lot of I just win hits. Oh, I'm so mad. Oh no. There was a singular that all you got in my deck. Actually, there was 22 cards in deck. It was a 1 in 22. I'm pretty sure every other card in my deck was functional. Okay, it looks like he drew a pretty bad hand off of that, so maybe this is salvageable. Yeah, he drew a really bad Art of War turn. Okay, so it's salvageable. Oh no. I mean, I'm gonna double check my deck after the game because you can look at it afterwards and verify. But I'm pretty sure that was the only actual miss. Yeah. Okay, we still get there, but oh man, that was tilting. I mean it. Yeah. So Knock the Death Whistle would have been the second worst, but I still could have come in for 6. Rain Razors, I come in for 9. Drill Shot, I win the game. Enlightened Strike, I come in for 8. Release the Tension, I come in for 9. Drill Shot is fine. I opted the Memorial to the bottom. Deadeye would have been the worst, where I only come in for 6. But everything else was somewhere between winning the game on the spot and still pulling 2 to 3 cards out of his hand. It was the one card that hard loses, or hard, like, misses. Man, that's annoying. I'm just so lucky his Art of War turn was 5 damage, or was 7 damage. Like, that was probably the worst possible Art of War turn for him. He had to pitch a red to banish another red, drew into a Sink Below and like a Spreading Flames or something. He had to pitch a Sink Below to play the Spreading Flames and then could only play the Lava Burst for 3. But yeah, I don't. Ugh. Man, that was. Ugh. Like, I counted it. There was only one miss in there. And the hard part was I had pitched it early, but then I played a knock. So I had no idea where in the deck it was. And I probably could have ruled out like I knew it wasn't in like the bottom 5 cards. So it might have been closer to like a 1 in 15, 1 in 18. But regardless, I have to go for it there. It just feels really bad when you miss. Briar. Alright, he's playing Royal, which means he's more susceptible to the on-hits because he doesn't have the Crown of Providence. Huh? Why is there a Talisman of Tithes in play? Okay, so this is gonna negate a That All You Got or a Sink Below. Alright, well, I think I want to just give him one of these cards. Give him that. But yeah, why is there a Talisman of Tithes? I'm very confused. I'd like to draw an arrow here, obviously, but it might just be a 10 damage in an arsenal turn. Oh, I saw that game. That was, yeah, that was brutal. Yeah, I think Royal is great when your opponent doesn't have an on-hit, or doesn't have on-hits, but having that Crown of Providence block point is pretty important. Yeah, unfortunately this is a pretty underwhelming turn. Didn't have a good arrow and I didn't have a pitch card, but we're just going to Boltyn shot into E-Strike, draw a card. It's 10, still getting an arsenal. Okay, this guy... It's very strange to me that you would play Crown of Dominion and Sink Below. Like, you're giving up Providence, which loses some defensive ability in order to be as aggressive as possible, but then you also put in defensive cards, which loses some aggression. I would rather just cut the sinks and play Providence and end up in like the same spot, but having access to that sink effect when you need it, not when, not just when you draw it. Also, this Talisman of Tithes is really going to screw with my head at some point. Because I do have Sink Belows and I do have that All You Gots. I really don't think I want to minus myself one card on a Sink Below. That's annoying. Pitching his first cash in. Yep. I can't hold an arrow and a yellow, so I'm just going to pitch that away. We do go for the Blind Azalea here, just in case it hits something good, and I get to change the play pattern, but the plan was to E-Strike for 7 anyways. Alright, going into my Tunic turn, this seems pretty decent. Alright, he's going for his cash-in. Oh boy, this is gonna hurt. Ugh. This gonna hurt a lot. I'm just gonna try and have to live through this next turn. He's always gonna thorn me after. Oh no, he found a snatch. Oh, that's brutal. Jeez, yeah, I'm losing this game 100% because I can't block the snatch anymore. And he's got the extra action point. Oh man. This is the power of Royal Briar. If it lines up with a CMH turn, you kind of just win the game. Well, and with like a CNC go again into Creepers, Sonata, find the snatch, draw a card. Then throw like another 7 into Thorn or something. Now we'll find the blue on top, because that's how RNG seems to be going. Okay, 2 block. That's pretty close to as bad. Yeah, this game is going downhill very quickly. I think Briar is a fine deck. It's just sometimes they high roll. But that's 2 snatches, 2 CNCs, 2 sink belows gone. His gold is gone. Like, if I can live through this CMH turn without taking too much damage, I think we're okay. Okay, Bramble Spark, no fuse. That's a good start. We're gonna AB with the Tunic, because that'll deny the inherent go again, which means he's gonna have to creepers. And which means he has to have a non-attack in arsenal or a 0-cost non-attack in hand. Oh, dang. Okay, so he loses his creepers, got stranded. Like, we got rewarded really hard for that. Okay, maybe this game is salvageable. I wish I could blind Azalea into something playable. Like, I haven't needed to hit something playable, but it would be nice. It's just not worth playing. Because I keep having to block with my arrows. Yeah, I'm somehow sort of kind of in this game. I'm definitely behind, but not as behind as I thought I was. Because his 5-card hand, no, 4-card hand under Channelmount Heroic only threatened 7 damage. No arrow hand, but I have the knock. Tome of Findall is in the list as well. Feels really good now that his creepers are gone. This coax. Don't know how much I can afford to care about this. My hand doesn't block well enough to care about it. Okay, he gets 1 attack. Taking the Gloom Veil. It's gonna be Rabble, Gloom Veil, Thorn. Yeah, it's a bit rough. I'm gonna be taking a lot of damage here. It was a pretty nasty turn from him. Wait. Oh! That was sick. His Talisman of Tides. He chose draw a card on Coax, but Talisman stopped me from drawing. I didn't even think about that. That's actually really cool. Oh man, he's got an E-Strike on top though. This actually isn't even good. I forgot he had the E-Strike in hand. So he's just gonna block one card, E-Strike for 7. Yeah, no, that was really cute. Yeah. Yeah, now he just E-Strikes me back for 7, and I drew no arrows. Yep. That is unfortunately going to be it. Yeah, so that turn 0 Talisman of Tides ended up translating to an entire, what's it called? Talisman ended up translating to an entire like draw card. Sure, we'll block 4. But yeah, this game is very over. Sure. Actually, I think I'm just gonna concede. Never mind. I guess I'll let him kill me, but yeah. Oh, there's the 3rd channel? Or no, his 1st channel just stayed for a while. I'm just gonna take it. I can't be bothered blocking. Alright, he's not passing priority. There we go. Yeah, Briar matchup's scary. Thought I was in a decent spot until all of a sudden I wasn't. It was real bad, real fast in that game. Okay. Nope, that's me. Marcel has ran me over the last 2 times I queued into him on when he's playing Fi. Like, they haven't even been close. So maybe we can turn this around a little bit. Or maybe he's going to be tired of playing against me. Because they really just haven't been games. I think the one he won, he was still at like 20. And the other, I think he had his equipment. He was at like 3 or 4, but he had all of his equipment still. 'Twas rough. Pretty smart line from him there. Just coming for 11 still. Luckily, this rounds on me didn't get much value there, just the one. But he notably played he knew he wasn't going to do much on that turn, so he played the attack before this rounds on me. On the off chance I try to keep my hand and play a 5-card hand. Probably looking to bottom the... release the tension. I also want to sink early on in the chain just to figure out what's the plan here. He did take it all, which means I may find myself in a situation where I need to block, or where I need to block out some more of this turn. This is going to be an Art of War snaps. If I had to guess, I think I'm going to get punished really hard if I just try and sink below. So I'm going to block 5. Interesting. I mean, he may just be waiting on the Art of War cast. Oh, see, yeah, he did have the Art of War. I don't particularly want to cast this. Okay, he had the second Art of War. He just didn't have the blue. Alright, so... I do think I want to cast this and sink the release the tension. Okay, I've got a good crackback turn option. I mean, yeah, there was no reason for him to take all of the damage and then just swing Snatch at the start. Like, if he took all the damage, that indicates that he has an Art of War. And then he led with Snatch, which always is getting Snapdragons. That line also played around Razor Reflex, although I wasn't anticipating him having one. He's probably going to crack the mask here. Yeah, this turn's going to hurt, but I've got some reasonable crackback. I think that last card in his hand is a Phoenix Flame? No. He banished it for Art of War. So I don't actually know what his last card in hand is. Okay, it was Assault. Yeah, this hurts. Okay, I blocked 9, so I blocked away 8 of the damage on his 23 damage turn, so that was a 31 damage turn. Kind of annoying, but like his Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is gone. 2 of his Art of Wars are one's at the bottom, one got used. It's like, this might be salvageable. I just need him not to have any massive explosive turns. That Spreading Flames is also gone. He just pitched Assault the Wound, which is probably going to be his one of. So it's really just Lava Bursts on the end of chains naturally that I have to be afraid of. But I get to put the sink below an arsenal, so I feel like I'm not happy with how this game is going, but I'm also not incredibly disappointed. It's manageable. This is a really good turn here. Do I want to get punished by the snatch, or do I want to get my sink below out of arsenal? I think I'll take the punish. Or sorry, I'll take the, yeah. That's what I meant, is I meant I was going to risk it. And I can comfortably bottom this. Okay, cool. Okay, we'll leave 3 cards in hand, which incentivizes him to try and block. If he doesn't block, we reload the E-Strike or Rabble. Probably the E-Strike. And then we get to cross-wrap up to try and find a better target for the Rabble. Make sure it's a red. Okay. Beautiful. Alright, this is looking kind of okay. I need this not to be a snatch on the end. Okay. Salvageable. Get to come in for 14 with a Remorseless on the end. Sorry, not 14. 12? Yeah, 12 with the Remorseless on the end, which means we're demanding multiple cards, which is hopefully... Okay, so we're getting 2 cards here. Damn. If I drew an extender, if I drew a buff there, it would have been much better. But this punishes if he has a D-React in Arsenal. So we get... That's probably not quite enough, unfortunately. Is that all you got is interesting? Do need to stop this fully, probably using the Tunic. My assumption is he doesn't have a blue. Okay, he's running multiple salts, it looks like. Blaze for 4. I don't think it's a 0-cost card out of Arsenal. Get to that all you got here. Man, this only puts him to 1. I mean, I could hope he doesn't have a... Do I... Oh, that's really interesting. So Remorseless actually forces 2 cards, whereas Fatigue Shot only forces 1 card. I think it might actually just be better to fire the Remorseless here. And I'll leave this on top as a 3-block. Because he can't leak any damage here. Does he really have the D-React in Arsenal? Or the D-React in general? It's a bummer. So it didn't actually matter which one it did, though. Yeah, bummer. I mean, I think I had a fair read that that's what that would have been. And unfortunately, this is a hand that is going to require... I need to be able to hold 2 cards. which he is not going to let me do. Wait, what? Oh, that's 2. Yeah, and here's where we're dead. Oh, whatever. Oops. Look at this. It's 14.43 and I still lose against Fi. Like, he's just so efficient. Yeah, I took 23 damage and I blocked with, it was actually 2 cards and an equipment. Whoops, that's not Dory. Let's see if they're here or AFK. Yeah, Fi's a good deck. Fi's a really good deck. Yeah, I think that game might have been winnable if he didn't have the D-React in Arsenal. Although, the fact that it was a D-React in Arsenal made it pretty clear, or was because of the fact that he didn't extend his previous turns. Like, I'm saying if it wasn't a D-React in Arsenal, I would have lost on a previous turn, probably. I don't know, that 31 damage turn is just hard to deal with. It was close, but I don't know, 31 big number. Looks like they're AFK. Yeah, me too. It's a fun one. Alright, then I probably get penalized for dodging, right? Reputation or something. Oh, apparently that was my 800th Azalea game on Telshar. But yeah, the Dory matchup is super interesting. I'm a big fan. Alright, let's try out the Lexi game plan. I don't know how good it is, but it's one I do actually want to test. Shock Charmers, notably. And he presented 67. It's a bit annoying. And sadly, this is not a great hand. Interesting. It's letting me filter. Sure, I'll take one. And he doesn't get a double arsenal. Oh. Interesting. Of course, my draw is terrible. Sure. I'll play the knock and I have battering Boltyn against him. Is Red in the Ledger actually even good here? I don't think it is. He doesn't have an arsenal. I'm just gonna get the battering bolt out of deck while I have the opportunity to cast it. It'll also let me see his hand and see what I have to play around. Because, like, Red in the Ledger, he can still block one card, pitch, load, fire, and arsenal the last. So I'd rather be able to naturally draw into it later. There's also, like, some universe where I catch a lightning press in his hand, or a blizzard or something. Or a blink. Like, I don't know what he's playing. Ice Vein, Weave Ice, Heat Seeker. Cool. Oh, that's a lot of D-reacts. So I imagine this is just going to be like Heat Seeker +1 for 6. Arsenal, Ice Vein. Oh, he's going to Arsenal the Weave Ice? Nope. Yeah, it should be Heat Seeker +1. Nope, I'm just going for the chilling. What is he doing? I feel like this guy is just not familiar with playing this deck. Feels kind of bad. Sure, we'll save that for later. Because he doesn't have the resources to fire that. They should have just done +1. Unless, for some reason, he thought he didn't reveal his hand on the battering bolt, and he thought I was gonna, like, play around something on the go again. It's definitely a possibility. Yeah, Red Arctic Incarceration is very scary in that situation if I didn't know it was in his hand. But obviously I did, so. It's a Heat Seeker in the arsenal. And that Sleep Dart makes it so he can't flip over the Heat Seeker. He's going to have to just fire the Heat Seeker and snaps. Oh. Sure. There actually might have been an argument to just pitch the Sigil. Probably a pretty strong argument. Can't, yeah. I think this is a newer player on Lexi. Is bit of a bummer. I don't actually care about him reloading off of the Heat Seeker unless he snaps. I think I'm gonna let him get the hit. Let's find Arsenal next turn. This bluffs the Rain Razors. I don't think he... Is he just not reading my cards? I think he's just not reading my cards. He does have shock charmers, so you have to respect this. Yeah. Although I might have screwed myself here because I have to blind Azalea. Sure. Chilling Weave, Poison, Chilling. Poison the Tips is a terrible card. He has a Weave Ice to fuse. Why is he not fusing? I'm just going to play it safe here. I have not played around with it. I'm not convinced, unfortunately. That was an interesting snaps usage. Sure. Yeah, I think there might be something there, but feels real difficult to actually make it work. And I guess the other thing is I just haven't seen a great reason as to why I would want to do that over something else that Azalea can already do. I will leave the extender on top. He keeps pitching to Winters or to Shock Charmers when I should have let that resolve in case he wanted to Tunic. Like he could have gone Tunic into another Shock Charmers, and I should have given him all the windows to do that. I'm gonna overextend my hand because it's just 7 damage. Come on. You can do it. Just pass. That is possible. Yeah, I feel like you went for a few too many like cheeky lines that just really weren't great if the opponent can figure out what you're doing. He went first and played out all 4 cards to deal 1 damage. And he went for some very interesting plays. Kept activating shock charmers when I had the D-react. And yeah, that's what's been happening this game. He's dealt 2 damage. Because I played 2 sigils. And like technically, yeah, he's beating me in fatigue, but that's because a 37 health lead translates to another roughly 12 cards. So we're actually about even in fatigue. We're like this? Have you already had a pro quest? Or are you saying just hoping that that's what you get? Because, I mean, you definitely run into some newer players in early rounds of pro quests. Even at callings, like I've had plenty of calling round 1 and 2s where my opponent's like, yeah, this is my first big event. Or even around 3 or 4, like I've had them go, yeah, this is my first big event. And, like, you feel a little bit bad sometimes, but it's also kind of nice to not have to worry about playing really good players in the early rounds. That's fair. I've been on a pretty good streak of doing well in Swiss, so my later rounds are people I recognize. For sure. Glad. Hopefully, you learned something from the stream. Best of luck on the ProQuest tomorrow. I'll be asking a bunch of people in the Azalea chat for updates on their ProQuests, so please feel free to drop in your updates on how they're going. It's always exciting to me to hear how everyone's doing. Yeah, this is the list with a few sideboard cards for Dromai. So I'm playing the battering bolts just as 3 blocks into Lexi. And he left. 37 health deficit and leaves. Damage taken 1. One and 1. Well, I was going to make that my last game, but didn't really feel like too much of a game. So I'm going to run, once he fully leaves and I get to claim the victory, I'm going to run to the bathroom and do 1 more. Just have the E-Strike crackback. It's fine. It's not that hard. Alright. Cool. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. A nice Oldhim gaming. Am I blind azaleaing here? I think so. Yep. Hopefully this forces a little bit of damage and also plays around the ice react. Oh hey, how's it going? Trying to think how that Viz game went. I think it was reasonably close, right? Oh, yeah, no, that early block was quite bad. Because that put me in a really good position to, one sec, let me think about this turn. I think I have to take 4. That early block, you threw armor to not stop an on-hit. It didn't stop an on-hit, and it didn't, what's the word? It was just raw damage block, and then you got punished immediately after by not having the equipment block available anymore. And I think that kind of set the pace for the game and put you really far behind. So he does. He's throwing equipment here. I want to fire this Boltyn shot. The second Boltyn shot, I have to close the combat chain. So I'm just going to take the E-strike for... Do I want to go 7 or 5? I think I want to go 7. This ideally leaks a damage or denies him an arsenal. It probably is going to... Oh, give the D-react? Yeah. Oh well. But yeah, I've found myself going for more 7s in this matchup. Oh, and he does still... Interesting. Well, him ice reacting if I draw is fine. Because that's getting rid of the ice card he would have wailed with. So I think I don't mind that. We're just gonna come in for 9 here. Bummer that I didn't draw a good follow-up card, but he's denied his own arsenal. So hopefully I can keep him off a whale here. Uh-oh, I'm kind of scared. Yep, that's going to be a CNC pummel. No, my Boltyn shot. Yeah, it's always, and it's actually always a red pummel. Because if he had a blue pummel, he would have blocked with the blue pummel to play the red one, because he blocked with the red one. So this is always a red pummel. Is there a universe where I give up my perch grapplers to deny the red pummel? To save this red Boltyn shot? Because I also don't really want to give up a card from my hand. I'm not actually 100% sure of this, but I think that this is the play. He's going to get to keep his Tunic counter, but he's under Seek and Destroy, so we get rid of the second red pummel, because it's always a red pummel in his hand. Yep. Or actually, no, I'm going to blind Azalea. Yeah, that's another possibility, that you just look for blocks. If you've got an underwhelming hand, you might as well just take the damage when you can. Cool, we got rewarded for the blind Azalea. If I get ice reacted here, I think I'm going to throw the razors. This game is actually pacing pretty quickly for an Oldhim game. Yeah, for sure. If you learn something from the game, that's always a positive. Like, that's kind of the goal. Yeah, this is where I'm punished for not having my perch grapplers anymore. Pitched ice. Man, this hurts. These cards in hand I do not want to block with. Or sorry, I don't want to discard. But I think in order to save a turn, I have to do that. I lost 7 damage from my deck off that. Not where I want to be. But we'll go ahead and have a decent tempo turn here. Even through the frostbite. Yep, we get second usage on his gloves. So yeah, this game is pacing quite quickly, which means I just need to be careful of... Oh man. That sucks. An all red hand with no tunic resource and he pitched ice. I just need to play tempo here to try and maintain a health lead. Yeah, and he throws the rampart too, which means this is all super awkward. Oh, he ice reacts me? Sure. Okay with that. No, he's got tunic. I do risk getting CNC pummeled here, but I've already seen 2 pummels, so I think I'm okay getting the Seek and Destroy in Arsenal. Yeah, Spinal's fine. Or as fine as it can be. Looking for an arrow. This is actually fine, because I can sink into the That All You Got as pitch. It's only going to be for 7. Yeah, sadly I haven't been pushing much damage these past couple turns, which means that I do have to start being worried about fatigue again. Yeah, so I'm trying it out again. Or trying it out. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It's just a 3-block and pitch, which is a similar role to what... Or 3-block pitch card, which is a similar role to, like, Knock the Death Whistle and Blue Boltyn Shot. I'm trying them into both right now. I only have 2 copies in the list right now. Okay, so he's going to have a decent crack back here because he took the Seek and Destroy. E-Strike for 7. Wait, go again. He should be for 7. Yeah, it definitely feels bad. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I called that out before he drew and saw what the top card was. I hate throwing 7 in front, but like I don't think I can use this red in the ledger effectively. Yeah. I'm definitely starting to fall behind on the pacing. It's not bad yet. Also, I get punished really hard by Blizzard here. I've only seen him pitch 1. But I have to play around the Blizzard more so than... I guess he didn't have the arsenal, so maybe I should have just fired the Remorseless and arsenaled the Rabble. Oh, he pitched to the Rampart. Okay. That's actually quite good. Because, like, I could have dominated this. The problem is, because there was another Remorseless on top. If I dominate this for 8, 1, I'm taking away the guaranteed arrow next turn. And 2, I'm resetting his Rampart. Because he specifically pitched to make it, or to do that. I think I can give him a Boltyn shot. Again, now the pacing is really good again, because he's down basically half of his armor. And he's over halfway towards dead, and I still have over half of my deck. The only concern is I have only seen 1 D-React. I haven't been paying too much attention to staunches, though. Yeah, I'm going to give up my Tunic resource here just to fire this for 8. So I haven't seen any staunches, which hopefully means he's not playing them. This hand sucks. And still sucks. Hand is still bad. Oh, this is going to feel real bad. But we're just going to 4-card for 8 dominate. So this is a very inefficient line. However, I have a little bit of a health lead, and it also makes sure I can put like fatigue further back in my mind. It's not at the forefront, it's further back, but this puts it even further back, which is nice. So now I just need to focus on tempo lines. What is the most card efficient to make sure that I can maintain this health lead and not lose the game off tempo. Because right now, yeah, I feel like I'm in a really good spot this game. And I just want to not lose that. This might be a little bit greedy, but I am going to block the 6 there, because it's only 5 offensively. This was a fine 2-card hand. You're asking why I didn't just take 7? Because this line didn't have any go again, so... Oh yeah, so the reason I didn't take 7 there was because I blocked with 2 cards that was going to translate to 5 offensively, or 6 defensively. So, as far as fatigue is concerned, that line was bad, but as far as pure like tempo and maintaining my health lead, it was a good decision point. So because that's what I was talking about, I'm not very worried about I'm not very concerned about fatigue right now. Because looking at it, I'm halfway through my deck, and he's probably like 70% dead. Which means I'm going to take lines that are more value efficient on the turn cycle instead of fatigue efficient. If I was like 10 cards further into my deck, and I was going, shoot, there's a possibility I run out of cards, that's where I'd be like, okay, I can't afford to block with this E-Strike. I can't afford to block with this Drill Shot because I'll need this to be able to kill him. But I don't think I need those cards to kill him anymore. What I want is that health differential, and that helped me maintain it. Yeah, it's a very important thing to be able to understand within the, especially any fatigue matchup, is understand when you can lean into being card efficient and when you can lean into being fatigue cognizant. I like this. I'll take the dominate. Yeah, I can. Yeah, it's a weird. It's value and tempo over the turn cycle or across the entire game. And because I'm ahead over the entire game so far, and I feel like I was able to do it on the turn cycle. This is also a really powerful line where I'm gonna get to make him block with any reacts he might have, and then also hopefully mess with this Thunderquake that he wants to cast. He ice reacts me, and we get to punish him really hard with the sigil. Like, oh, he's in such a bad spot right now. Like, this is fine. This Boltyn shot's lower value, so that's what I'll block with. Now he goes, I think I'm supposed to play full fatigue. Granted, a lot of these play patterns would look very different if he was trying to fatigue me. I would be playing differently. Which, yeah, which is a really important thing to note, is, or one of the hardest parts about the matchup is understanding how you're supposed to play each turn cycle based on how the pacing of the game is going. Yeah, because depending on the state of the game is going to change how you make these decisions. Interesting block 10. This is a bad hand. I hope I didn't pitch deck this. Well, yeah, I'm not sure how they'll make it work. They might actually give you the option of a ranger weapon. No, because then you couldn't play arrows, because you have to control a bow. I don't know. It'll be interesting. Now the question is, do I want to make the read that he's got a D-React in Arsenal? He's in a Staunch and 2 Sinks. It's probably possible, but I think I'm just going to take the headshot to be safe. Yikes. Still another battering in deck. Sure. Whoops. I want to tunic this. I do have to be a little bit careful here because I have been extending a little bit hard and giving up my rain razors and stuff because of this lead. Yeah, and it looks like he has the D-React in Arsenal. It's kind of rough. Oh no, no D-React in Arsenal. Hopefully he drew into an instant. He drew into the instant. Because he was low enough, I wanted to just look to close the game out. Yeah, it's really hard to find those Boltyn shot lines when they still have Rampart. You can look for them a little bit more if they don't have an arsenal, because then they're less incentivized to block with Rampart because they can't crown. But when they have an arsenal and Rampart still doesn't have a counter on it, it's really hard to find those Boltyn shot lines properly. But actually, no, maybe that was just better. Because that was Rainrazor's load Boltyn shot into battering for 9. Would have been 15 damage. I don't know, it just feels so bad every time they get to block with Rampart for... Basically, they get to block 4 with their blue pitch. That might have been fine. Because how many copies of... Was that... I think that was only my second Rainrazor's casted. Wait, was that actually only my first? I thought I'd played another one. No, I still had 2 Rains in deck. Yeah, which means I'm hesitant to cast or use the Bullseye Bracers. And actually, yeah, I did end up opting another Boltyn shot. So maybe there was a line there. I don't know. I thought I could close it out there, or at least put him to the point where he can't leak any. Yeah, it's so good into everything except for Oldhim. It's so hard to actually make it work into Oldhim. Alright, well that's going to be it for me. That's 4 hours and 15 minutes. For anyone who's joining late, I went through the whole sideboarding deck list process. So like, I made the changes to the deck that I'm going to be playing this weekend, and then I talked through all of my sideboarding decisions there. So it's almost like a video on its own, aside from me talking to chat, but that is there at the start of this VOD. And yeah, that's probably going to be the sideboarding decisions that I take for this, at least week 1, and we'll see how it translates to the later weeks. Someone's asking for the list in Azalea chat, so I'm going to drop that there. Oops. Yeah, I'm just going to call it there, and I'll respond to them in chat. So yeah, thanks for watching, everyone, and best of luck at your ProQuest this weekend.